Howdy, howdy. Happy Wednesday. Welcome back to Kerbal Space Program. So where are we at with the Moon Project, I think is the question. And we've gotten much, much closer with a little bit of tweaks and some false starts. We can do some code cleanup here. So first of all, I think we can get rid of a lot of this. And I think we can also hard code adjustment to this 7 megameters for now. We might want to tweak this a little bit, but 7 megameters works well. Hey Starfighter, welcome in. We don't need max Vel Delta anymore. Let's pull threshold down. You've melted? How bad is it where you are in your part of the world? We hit, peaked at 98F. Okay, that's right about where we've been. Yesterday peaked at, I think, 97, and the day before that was a little over 100. I think we hit 40C, so whatever that is, 105, 106. It was hot. Where was I? I just cleaning up some of the stuff that was left over from experiments last week. And some of this other stuff. So I think the main dial to turn at this point is this number right here, which is our, really this is our burn angle, right? Our burn takes so much time, and it is referred to as the burn angle in the paper here. Ooh, top floor and no AC. Yeah, that's awful. The paper that we've been using talks about this as the burn angle somewhere in its notes, and that's what I'm going to call it. But it's like, how far around the Earth do we travel during our burn? And what we want is that, you know, there's a couple of ways to think about how we want our burn to end. We can say that we want to end at exactly we want to end at exactly 0 degrees here with no vertical velocity, or we can say, you know, we want to split that horizontal motion a little bit across both sides of it, which is kind of the more traditional way to do that in KSP. And that's kind of what we're doing with this, right? This is a hand-picked number that's like, you know, we have about 3,000 meters a second, 3,200 to get to the moon. And this 1.75 degrees of lead time gets us just about there most days of the month. But it's not super consistent. And one of the things that I think I want to do is... I deleted the invocation of it. But I want to add some logging prints around, on any given day, our calculated Hohmann transfer DV and how that compares to the burn angle that we have to dial in for that day to get a super clean impact, right? Because it's possible that we can look and we can say, when we have a longer burn, we just need a little bit more lead on the burn angle, right, to make up for that. And if we can, you know, build a little lookup table and compute that, I'll be super happy. That means flying this mission on at least half a dozen different days, right, over the course of a month, just to get a bunch of different data. And I think that if we want to be able to have the self-contained program hit the moon consistently, it's going to be some combination of this number and this other number, which I initially wanted to blame on the sun, but it seems like it's dangerously close to 7 megameters no matter what. And that could just be because of this phase angle, and we're like kind of always, you know, if our burn angle's off a little bit, then we can make up for that with a little more velocity, right, in some cases. And what that effectively means is that our ellipse goes past the moon, and we're impacting it kind of on the early half of the ellipse. And, like, that's fine as long as these two numbers are, like, consistent with each other and consistent with our calculations for our launch time and all of this stuff. And, you know, this is using an approximation for the amount of time that we stay in orbit, right? I think we do... Did I do something in here with our time seconds next to... Yeah, wait time. Oh, I have wait time set to 0. No. Wait time is... Yeah, okay. Yeah. We calculate our orbit based on we assume like a 90-minute full circle. Okay, so we're doing this part correct. I thought I had still had a hard-coded, like, we're waiting half an orbit or something like that, but no. I am saying, okay, we need to go so many degrees around the Earth or whatever. So we're accounting for that, and we're going to be within seconds there, which is more precision than the Keplerian approximation of all of this has to the real world. So trying to be more precise than that I don't think is worthwhile. So I think the main things are looking at... it's gonna be trying to look at, you know, are we now to a point with this, like, 7 megameters of extra... Whatever 7 megameter equivalent of extra DV is, can we... consistently hit just by adjusting this number, this phase angle? And if so, can we then create a lookup table or a, you know, ideally a linear fit would be nice, but whatever we can... Sorry, I lost my train of thought. Can we create some kind of lookup table or a simple function that takes in our, like, estimated required delta V to the moon, and then, yeah. So, we need to log target vel, I think is all we need to do. Well, really, we need to log target velocity minus our current velocity. Just the home and transfer DV. Yeah. Local transfer DV is this part. And then we'll, okay. So that'll be for any given day, and we're gonna have to start, like, recording this on comments, right? But, you know, we want to start saying, So like 1.75 works for some DVs. And obviously this isn't like perfect, right? And we may also still need to have some calculation around this adjustment. You know, maybe this needs to be, I don't know, think about that. But we can definitely work on this part first, and I do want to see if we can do it entirely by dialing in the lead angle. That would be fantastic. Okay, so with that in mind, I just want to launch this thing on like a few different days, and we're gonna see if we miss the moon, we'll reset, and we'll tweak the lead angle a little bit to see if we can hit the moon. If there's any days where we can't hit the moon on 7 megameter adjustment down here, I'm gesturing at my screen again, sorry, then that tells us that, you know, this also does need some kind of computation. You know, if we think of the distance to the moon as, what, 350 megameters? Is that right? Yeah, average is 384, so 350 at the near side. But, like, you know, maybe we need, you know, whatever amount that is, 2% adjustment, or a little bit less than that, because 7 megameters off of 385, but yeah, you know, maybe this should be, instead of a hard-coded value, yeah, like 1.8%. Somewhere in that range. So that's the other thing to look at, is like maybe we need this to be a percentage-based fudge factor instead of a fixed adjustment. And it just turns out that 7 megameters is close enough to the right percentage for most of our missions. I actually don't want to do this here. Let's do this in you know, whether 2% is inclusive or not is for such round numbers is meaningless. But also, I just decided I didn't want to confuse myself and think that was a minus. So, it's a range. Okay. So yeah, those are the things we want to look at. We want to see if on days where we miss, is it better to be adjusting this or this? And depending on which of these we think we need to adjust on days, and possibly it's both, I want to try to figure out kind of between our transfer DV, our burn lead angle, and our adjustment. I'll put that in here too. And then, if and when we do change these to be functions of some sort, then we can tweak, then, you know, we'll have logging. We'll be able to see what it's doing when it's making decisions. Even though obviously right now I'm printing hard-coded values over and over, which seems silly. Just getting ahead of when those are functions. And also just so we can see all the numbers in one place in game. Okay, I think that is gonna be it for the initial code tweaks. I probably made a typo, and this is probably gonna blow up on the launch pad. But yeah, we have to fly this over kind of several days just to see what it looks like. You know, I don't even know what the number is, how often we'd want to fly it. I don't want to fly it every day. I don't want to be doing 30 launches. But maybe every 5 or 6 days? 6 days would give us 5 data points over the course of a month. 5 days is more like 6 data points. Yeah. But we'll start with right now. And then, yeah, it'll just be like, we'll do it at even increments, and we should see the moon's altitude doing different things, and hopefully we can come up with some patterns. Successive halving. That would work. Oh, this is still waiting like 20 seconds on the launch pad. I'm going to change that so that the next ones go a little bit faster. Wait until launch time minus time in seconds is like 10 seconds. And that way we're only waiting like 10 seconds on future launches instead of 20 seconds. Not that it's going to save us a huge amount of time, but if we're going to be doing 5 to 10 of these launches. So I think the last time we simmed that it actually worked on today's date. We tried like several days and it worked on, I think 3 of the 4 we tried, and then we found one that it didn't work for. And what I'm hoping is that the one it didn't work for is you know, at one end of the... Why is my overlay broken? At one end of, like, the moon's orbit or the other, when it's, like, very close or very far away. And that's gonna be really obvious, hopefully, in our, like, delta V numbers. So yeah, moon distance is... Yeah, 391. So this is a pretty far away moon. And I should be taking notes somewhere, shouldn't I? And get a text editor. I mean, the moon altitude and the... you know, target delta V are proxies for one another, basically. But spreadsheet, yeah. We could probably round to, like, the nearest megameter when we're dealing with the moon altitude, but I'll write it down to the nearest meter. We could also try to be in a more circular orbit. I don't know if that's really necessary, but those are angles. And this phase is kind of intentionally slow. Transfer DV 3057.6. All right, moon is bottom right. We should see. Oh, look at that. And we adjust backwards. And we miss. I thought it worked on this day when we tested it. Did I change something else? All right. So the question is, was that early or late on the burn, or is it within the standard deviation? That's possible. So like, as always, we have two knobs to dial, right? We can dial our lead angle and we can dial our altitude adjustment. And, you know, there's some combination of those two things. And again, they play off of each other a little bit, because we can account for being a little bit early by hitting the moon, a little bit later, or vice versa. You know, when I look at this, though, let's see. Let's try looking at this in ECI again. I mean, it does look like we get kind of right up to the moon. We're a little too low coming into the plane, which I think means we're going too fast. But also, or maybe we're going fast enough at the wrong time. I didn't see if we burned on the AN or the DN. It must have been the DN. And if we're burning on the DN and we're low, that means we burned early. All right. Let's bring the lead angle down just because I want to see what happens and I want to see how I should be looking in this. But like looking at MEO here, we're coming under the moon and up behind it. And if we burn a little bit later, because this is a short burn, right? Only 30, 60 meters a second. The other thing I should probably do, actually, is compute. So this data point is useless, but I'm gonna change how we compute our transfer delta V. So we're gonna have a transfer velocity is, and that's our transfer velocity minus our ship. Because that's our actual delta V, right? This is how much we need to change our velocity, is our transfer velocity minus our orbital velocity. Yeah, ship velocity, orbit, bag. Yeah. Orbit or OBT? Wait, which one? Orbit, spelled out. I don't know if OBT works here. Okay, so this data point is useless, and also I changed the lead angle. So we'll fly again, we'll get our new way of writing the transfer DV, and we will get and just so we're recording the moon altitude in the same place, so I don't have to look for other logs. And this is the moon's altitude relative to the Earth radius. Maybe that should be its altitude without accounting for the Earth radius? I don't know. But for now, we'll use that. Yeah, this does add the body radius, which means we're doing the right thing for how we calculate this velocity. It's interesting that this is so dangerously close to an Earth radius. Almost like I do have an accidental, like, double subtraction of the Earth radius somewhere. Which I could. But I shouldn't. Because this is literally just the moon vec magnitude, and the moon vec is computed point to point in all of this. There's no surfaces involved at all. Yeah, we specifically subtract out Earth radius here so that, because our home and transfer time is expecting altitudes, not absolute positions. And that's the only place we're using radius in this whole thing. Well, plus here. So yeah, MoonVec does not include the Earth's radius. Unless I'm not appropriately adding... No, the semi-major axis doesn't need to be adjusted for the Earth radius, right? It's not like the PE or the AP. Because the semi-major axis is an actual elliptic parameter, right? So I don't need that altitude offset there. Okay, yeah, I still am not sure why this is so close to an Earth radius. It might just be a coincidence. Okay, let's refly this. We're gonna get this, this table, and we'll start copying that on multiple launch days. So we can do this in parking orbit. Parking can be deleted, but I don't trust it. And then hopefully we'll just have a table of like altitudes, burn DVs, and lead angles that let us hit. And then if we need to also include the altitude offset, we can do that as well. But I'm hopeful that we're dialed in enough that we can just fix it with tweaks to the lead angle. And if that's true, then hopefully we can come up with a nice, neat, linear or quadratic calculation for our lead angle based off of either the moon's altitude or our computed delta V. But if we can't, if we do have to tweak based on, if we have to tweak our offset as well, then that is also totally fine. And chances are we will have to come up with solutions to both of those. Oh no, I made a mistake. Undefined name target vel. What did I do? Oh, yep. I renamed something and didn't change its name in all the places. Can I rerun this? No, this failed in a place that I cannot just resume the code. The last checkpoint in the code there, we can actually just show how this works, is before the parking orbit. So it'll resume at the parking, because it failed down here, transfer burn. This still said target vel instead of transfer vel. But it would have resumed up here, and because we're so close to the target burn time, it would have gone all the way around the planet again, and that's no longer really a valid test because now we've added an entire orbital period. It doesn't match our predictions for where the moon is supposed to be anymore, so we can't use that one. Hopefully that makes sense. I can get rid of those debug prints for the angles there. We don't need those anymore. And I will get rid of those. That way, we have a little bit less noise in our logs when we're trying to see where we're coming into. Hate to do this, but I know nobody can see. So we're gonna boost the ambient a little bit. There we go. That should be a little better on stream. The ambient boost flattens all the contrast out of like the scenes when it actually looks nice, but just because of yeah. So previously, the exact same launch, we were at 3057. This time we're at 3068. That's the hope, Tartarus, is that we will smack the moon. We're to the point where the code is good enough that if I wanted to run a sim on the day of our launch, I could sim it, and we would be able to tweak a couple of parameters and smack it. What I'm trying to do now is dial in if I can figure out formulas for those parameters. You know, if they're just related to like the altitude of the moon or something like that, so that we can launch on any day and hit. All right. And that's actually going back up. I don't know if you saw. So 1.5 doesn't work here. We're coming in at the wrong time, and we're always going to miss. But that 7 megameter adjustment was still getting us very close to our minimal PE, which was closer, I think, than the one we got with 1.75. So let's try 1.33. So I'm just trying to dial in what those sort of tweakable parameters need to look like for us to be able to hit the moon on sort of arbitrary days. I've got a little spreadsheet off to the side, and I'm just recording sort of all the calculated parameters of our burns. Kind of surprised there isn't an in-game spreadsheet mod. I'm sure someone has tried, but like the UI in KSP is so atrocious, I would hate to use it. Alright, so this is like the same as the day before, except with a smaller lead angle. Same day, same numbers. Yeah. Interestingly, the DV only matches to like the second decimal point, which I guess is just time warp rounding errors and things like that. I'm surprised that after loading a save, it's not... Well, no, because we don't go in and out of time warp on the exact same frame every run, so there's going to be slight variances in when we come off of rails back into physics, and that looks like it missed. I could be wrong, but I don't... Ooh. Okay, that's a hit, but it's barely a hit. Doing everything with KOS because the UI makes me angry? Yeah. No, this is doing everything in KOS because I hate myself. But... Okay, so that was pretty good. We do have an impact, but it is a... I'd call that a glancing impact. It does seem stable. It's a good enough impact that it is stable to our... You know, we're adjusting to point solar panels to the sun and things like that. And, like, it's pretty stable. I mean, we're adjusting by a few meters, but... So... I think we actually want to come in a little bit. I think we're now burning at too high of an altitude. Now that we have our lead angle dialed in a little bit better, because it seemed like the PE was still lowering when we ended our correction burn, which means that we didn't bottom out, right? What I want to see is, like, where does the PE bottom out? Because that means that we've pulled our... You know, that's the best correction burn for that conditions, is where it has the lowest PE. So we're going to do this again, except instead of 7 megameters, we're going to do 6.5, and we'll pull our altitude down by another 500 kilometers. And we'll see what that does. I guess I could have reverted this one to the adjustment phase, because we only changed the adjustment. Oops. Oh well. And what I'm trying to find is the combination of lead angle and target altitude for our, elliptical Hohmann transfer, quote unquote, which minimize our final PE at the moon. And ideally, by minimize, I want to see Principia give up, say we hit a singularity because we crashed into the frickin' moon hard. Glancing impacts are cool and all, but I want to see that divide by 0 happen and Principia give up on drawing our path. That, to me, is a solid impact. And if we can, again, if we can find the right way to compute these parameters, and then we're going to repeat this process over the course of several days. We're going to dial in our lead angle and our offset to get a solid impact. And we're going to see if there's a clear relationship between the moon's altitude or between our transfer delta V. And one or both of the lead angle and the altitude offset parameters. I'm still suspicious that our altitude offset is basically just an Earth radius. But I can't find where in my math I would be missing a Earth radius. So I remain reasonably convinced that it is a coincidence. Alright, we should be most of the way through this burn by now. Yep. Pull him back. See, that's going back up. Okay. All right, so 7 megameters was better. And that tells me what? That tells me we want to go back to the 7 megameter adjustment, but we're still missing the moon sort of in phase time a little bit. I mean, both of these launches were good enough, right? And the fact that this PE is... Yeah. Yeah, this PE is not as good as the previous one. So what we did was we pulled our orbit line, like, through here, right? And we were in a thicker part of the moon, and we pulled it too far forward to a thinner part of the moon. But what we actually want to do is we want to be more towards the center of the moon. And that means that we want to be pointed a little more counterclockwise relative to the moon, which means we want to burn a little bit later. I'm going to go with that. All right, so we'll change this back to 7 megameters, and we'll take our lead angle all the way down to 1 1/4. Parking orbit is the save. Oh, this is going to be a tedious session, and I apologize for that, but, like, I just need the data, right? I need to run a bunch of sims just to see how these things respond, and like, I have some intuition now. When I look at it, I can kind of see, okay, we're missing in this way. But okay, let's get back into the right plotting frame. Where's the moon? There's the moon. There's the Earth. All right. Twitch is telling me we're going to have an ad break in about a minute. I'm just going to keep running these sims and writing down data. That looks pretty good. Ooh, 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 ooh. We did have a time where it was pretty much passing through the center of the moon there. Okay, I'll take that. Oh, I don't have control here. Ugh. All right, let's try a 7500 correction instead of 7 megameters. So that should pull back the burn a little bit less. And we'll see if we can get closer to that, like, real solid collision with the moon there. And I loaded the wrong save. We can do this in adjust. Well, maybe. We can't always do it in adjust because we don't always have control during adjust. Yeah, we don't have control. All right, never mind. We can't do it in adjust. Back to parking orbit. I need to make a note for myself. Add better UHF radio for adjust stage manual control. Because basically we need this toggle power button. All right, so what we want to see here going back up to our right plotting frame. So what we saw in the last one was that we kind of pulled through the center and then a little bit too far out the other side. So what we ideally want to see is this, like, really just come in solidly in. I'm kind of surprised by how low the lead angle is, given that this is a fairly, well, I guess it's a middlingly altitude moon. We may actually be burning late and coming up under the moon a little bit. But if that's what it takes to... Yeah. We are definitely still coming... I mean, that's a pretty solid minus 500. It does still feel like we need to be pulling our orbit more that way, right? Because our impact point is still on, you know, from the Earth. We're coming in on this side of the moon. Like, we're always going to be coming from underneath the moon a little bit, because that's just, ooh, that's cool. That's just the orbit that we're on, right? But this is a pretty solid impact. We could test burning a little bit later and see if we can get a lower periapsis, like a more direct through the center of the moon line. But like this 1.25 to 1.33 range with a fairly large range of velocities as well are all like impacts on today, right? From 1.33 at 6.5 all the way to 1.25 lead angle at 7.5 megameter offset. So let's are all, again, they're impacts. None of them are perfect, but they're all impacts, right? And that gives us a pretty big range of like functional. Certainly that adjustment altitude seems like it can be pretty wide. You know, give or take 10% of what's necessary. The lead angle probably has to be a little closer, but like 0.1 degrees or something. So that's the one that I think we probably have to work on finding the solution for. So I'm going to say 1.25 is pretty good there. Yeah, it really does seem like we want to be pulled even a little bit closer. Yeah, let's test it. Let's go down further. Worst that happens is it's a wasted test. Let's do 1.1 degree lead angle. And again, I've said this before, but lead angle in this case is how many degrees before our computed departure point in the orbit do we start our burn. And this should be a function of our, you know, burn time and our orbital parameters, roughly, but all right, so this is a 1.1 degree lead angle and a 7.5 megameter altitude correction. And what I'm hoping to see to like prove out my intuition here, is in this MEO plotting frame. Where's the moon? What we've been seeing is that our orbit, I'm facing here, you know, the moon's going counterclockwise around above me, right? Or below me. And what we've been seeing is that our orbit, our intersect is always on like this side of the moon. And what I want to see is that pulling us this like 0.15 degrees a little bit later has us intersecting the moon, you know, closer to its center point. Or, you know, drastically missing the moon on one side or the other. But I'd like to get us to a point where we're really dialed in on, like, slamming into the center of the moon. That is the goal. And we can fast forward this burn. We fine-tune it later with RCS, right? So I'm not too worried about this burn being the most precise it could be. Yeah, and you can see now, look at that. See how as the PE pulls in, it's also pulling closer to the center there? Look at that. That was definitely too much overcorrect, because we passed through what we want. And that means we actually want our altitude to be even higher here. But it did go right through the center of the moon. So let's go up to an altitude correction of 8 megameters today. I wasn't paying close enough attention to how much further our predicted AP lowered from when it looked good. I need to remember to check that number. Because that's the number that we're using. The predicted AP is our on rails from KSP. It's the patched conics number, and it doesn't match, the 3-body moon system. But I can look at that to get an idea of what the ship is doing and like how much it thinks it has changed its AP. So that'll give me an idea of kind of where we need. But that was a beautiful, beautiful impact. And that's exactly what I want to see us be able to dial in for, like, every single day. And I only adjusted our target AP by like 500 kilometers, so that might not be enough to like really smack the moon. But we should see that we have a better impact line through here when the time comes. I mean, that's beautiful. It is coming in a little bit sideways. I think we probably spiral into the moon. If we could see through the moon. So if I do my plotting frame in Earth center... Yeah, you could see we kind of spiral into the moon there. You can actually see... Oh, I saw the spiral for just a second, but this is so fidgety in this plotting frame. But that's great. It does look like we want our altitude to be slightly higher, because we like kind of passed through what I think was a better impact. But I will take this, and I'm going to call this one a clean impact. All right. And now we do the same thing on another day. Hopefully this time we can dial it in a little bit more closely. I think I'm getting a better idea of how to adjust these numbers. All right, so we're gonna simulate, I don't know, 6 days in the future? Or I guess 4 days in the future would be good, and then we'll have 7 days worth of data points. Over the course of a month, basically. Yeah, let's do it 4-day increments. Alright, so this time we're going to have a different lunar altitude, obviously. Before it was 3910376. Now it's 3910362. Yeah. So the moon is actually ever so closer. And we're flying that exact same, like, 1.1 degree lead angle and 8 megameter offset that we flew for the other one, so either our altitude could be too high or our lead angle could be way off. We will have to see what that looks like when we get up there. But that was a really clean impact in the previous one, so I'm definitely happy to see us hitting the really able to dial in a clean impact like that. That feels very, very good. I really should turn on RCS when we stage this stage. All right, swinging around. Let's look at the noodles here. Moon's way up there this time. And again, what we're looking to see is as we come in from the Earth through here, we want to be looking during our adjustment maneuver at where the PE comes in, if it comes kind of close to the center or not, or if it's glancing on one side or the other, and also what the how deep into the moon the PE gets. And that'll tell us if we need to adjust our burn phase angle or our target altitude a little bit, one way or the other. All right, I expect this to be a clean impact because this like moon altitude and transfer DV are practically identical to the ones from 4 days ago. So if this isn't a clean impact, we have other problems. And maybe 4 days was a little too fine-grained, but like, I really want to see this at like the whole month, right? That's what I want to see is what numbers do we have to dial in to have a clean hit across an entire lunar month. Yeah, and see this hits? But it's glancing. It really does almost want to be more, and a later burn even. All right, so I bet if we go up another 4 days, this is gonna miss. So let's do that. Let's go up 8 days into the future, and I want to see this miss, and I want to fix it. And then what I want to do is I want to go back for this 4-day in the future test, and I want to see if I can split the difference and have it hit. And then we're going to try to understand which of our parameters are causing issues for us. Because, like, ultimately, the moon's altitude and our transfer DV were within fractions of a percent of each other between the clean hit on the previous day and the glancing impact of the second attempt, the second day. So I'm concerned about that, because that would seem to imply we need very, very tight tight calculations of one of our parameters. All right. Let's get back into the map. That's really all we care about, is seeing how we're hitting the moon. As always, Earth is to the left, above is ahead of the moon, behind is, well, behind the moon. Below is behind the moon. There we go. All right. So yeah, these numbers that we're seeing, you know, over the course of 4 days to 4 days are very, very minor tweaks to the moon's, you know, target altitude. Or to the moon's expected altitude. By 30, and then again by 25 are 2 4-day increments. And then the computed DV numbers are similarly basically identical. Sorry, that's meters. 30 meters. Which seems odd, but it's possible that the moon is just very, very close to AP right now, so its altitude isn't changing that much. Yeah, the PE does go through the moon. Oh, that's a great hit. That's solid. Okay. Interesting. So do we try this set of parameters on a few more days? Just to see... Because this is clean, and 8 days ago was clean, but 4 days ago was iffy. And I do still think that the angle we're coming in on, and you could see, we're kind of want to come up through here, but then the moon's gravity pulls us in, right? So it's possible that we do just need to still tweak our lead angle a little bit, and that might give us cleaner impacts on all of these days that we've tested so far. But I also do want to test on a few more days out. Let's test this on day 16. We're gonna skip day 12 for now. And go right up to day 16. We'll just see what that looks like. I mean, I guess day 12 or day 16, either one is, you know, about a quarter of a month from our initial launch day. But let's skip further ahead. I think we should do days 16 and 24 with these parameters. And if those both hit, then we can fill in the incremental ones. And if we start to see a pattern of where we're not hitting, we can dial things in a bit more. I do think that we still almost want to pull our lead angle a little bit lower and maybe fix that with a larger velocity offset. But we'll see what our misses look like across the other days to sort of decide if that's what we need. Because I think the last time I had a number that was working consistently, it was like 2 degrees worked on a bunch of different days, but with a lower offset than what we're doing now. So, you know, we're playing with our overall transfer time a little bit, to make up for, you know, potential inconsistencies in how the, you know, on exactly where the moon is and things like that, right? And it's possible that what we're gonna find is there are just days where what I'm worried we're gonna find is that it's less about any specific parameter that we can have a nice clean function of, and it's more just sometimes the Keplerian approximations are just bad, and there's nothing we can do about that. And if that's the case, then we are just going to have to fine-tune it on launch day. But if we're to a point where, like, I can look at a miss and say, oh yeah, we need to tweak it in this way, then I'm feeling pretty good about that. You know, if I can pretty consistently, and it does seem like I can now pretty consistently look at a miss and kind of know how to tweak our trajectory for the next attempt, right? All right, so we skipped day 12. This is day 16. Wait. Did I do something stupid? Tell me that I didn't do something stupid. I swear to God, if I just did a bunch of tests that were like seconds apart, not days apart, because I missed a D. Oh look, plus 16 seconds. No wonder everything seemed suspiciously similar. Okay. This is all garbage. Well, day 0 is fine, but we never actually got day 4. It needs to be plus 4 days from now. Okay, now we should expect to see... I'm like, why are these things only like 30 meters different? I should have realized that something was wrong. now we should get better data. There it is. KOS. Yep, and this is why we have our launch timer. Sorry, this is why we have our debug prints that reprint the orbit some of the orbit calculations, because sometimes we get spammed. I'm not sure exactly why there's that degenerate case, because I have like an extra second in my warp 2, so it shouldn't be trying to warp like that, but I've seen that happen a few times, so unknown why it does that, but But what is concerning to me is that over the course of only delaying by a few seconds, what we're seeing is, you know, we grab a point in time patched conic of the moon, right? And we compute where we think the moon is going to be based on that and blah, blah, blah. And we saw that we could easily end up with what do I want to say? We saw that we could easily end up with a pretty big variance in how solid our impact was, even off of like a few seconds of those approximations. And what is concerning to me is that that may mean that we don't actually have a like, if we can't dial in parameters so that they're consistent to within even just a few seconds of a launch, then that makes me really nervous for being able to do, you know, on the launch pad simulations. I do think that we still could be burning later, just looking at where we're impacting the moon. And maybe that would give us a more solid hit if we burn a little bit later. But And I guess I should get into... Oh, we're in the right plotting frame, just not in the right view of that plotting frame. Okay. As always, Earth is to our left, outer space is to our right, and the orbit goes counterclockwise. And this is going to take just a few more seconds, I think, before it hits the target. There we go. Oh, look at that. That's a beautiful hit. It's overcorrected. Which we thought the other one was slightly overcorrected too, but like, either way, that's a beautiful hit. Okay. So our moon, 399817493 3065.0 .4 1.10 and 8 megameters. Clean impact, slightly overcorrected. So that is the same as our hit 4 days ago. Okay. That's good. That's good. So that was plus 4 days. That was plus 4 days. Let's go to plus 12 days. We'll skip day 8 for now, and we'll do day 12. So day 4 looked like it was probably pretty close to the moon's AP at that 399 megameters, almost 400 megameters. What are we at here? Yeah. So we started on day 0 pretty close to the AP. Day 4 was even closer, and we're now past it. So we're coming down to a 373. We'll get our final computed value in orbit, but... Right. Atlas code still works great. I'm pretty happy with the Atlas program. The only thing I don't love is that little pitch up maneuver. And we could definitely try to do something about that. But I'm not sure what. All right, and this is gonna burn shortly. Nice, clean stage separation this time, which is good to see. Ugh. All right. Warping, 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 warping. Are we going around to the... Oh, we're going around to the AN this time. All right. So there's the moon. There is our rough position that we want to see. Yeah, something like that. All right. So as always, we want to see if our orbit looks like it's too far ahead or behind, and if it looks like we're over or under correcting on pulling the orbit in. I should have this compute and print out the Earth longitude that we'll be at when we want to do our burn lead angle, so I can see how long it's going to be. $3046.4. Okay. So we're looking for, again, a... We want to see where our orbit comes in here. We might have to revert that burn. I time warped a little too aggressively there. We'll see if it can correct it. But I don't know if I trust the data. If we hit, I'm going to trust it. If we miss, I'm going to say it needs to be redone. Ooh, and we miss. No. We do hit, but it's glancing. It is like the best correction we're going to get, though. It does look like... Maybe... It does look like maybe we're still... Here, let's get the Earth lined up where I want it again. This is so hard to maneuver. This is a weird one, this loop-de-loop. But it is a hit. All right. It is ad break o'clock. We're going to do the same thing on day 24. Why not? And then we'll have a couple other days to fill in the middle, but... Let's go up another... Actually, maybe we should go up another 8 days to day 20. Maybe that's the one we should go to. Yeah, let's do that. All right, and while this launch happens, I'm going to step away for a second and get a little bit more water. I'll see everyone when we get back from the ad break. All right, I'm back. How are we doing on this launch? We are orbital insertion burn. Cool. All right, this is day 20, I believe. Yes. And we should be able to see... Where's the KOS? Oh, we had one of those happen. Okay. So we won't be able to see that. CRPE until... we actually get to the TLI. But... Moon should be... pretty close to its periapsis. Which... Yeah. Yeah, we should be pretty close to Moon PE. Over here. Can I see the line more or less? Straight-ish. So I'm expecting the moon to be down around 350-something, 360-something megameters when it shows us the burn info. $361. All right. 419-747. 3048.6. Okay, so our own altitude was a little bit lower. That's a clean hit. Again, maybe even overcorrected, but a nice clean hit. A clean enough hit that it passed through the moon pretty reliably for a large amount of that altitude adjustment, which is what we expect to see. Like, that is a beautiful... Look at that. You couldn't ask for a better impact. All right. I don't necessarily think we need to test day 28, because day 28 should be approximately the same as day 0. Let's try days 8, 16, and 24. That's 3 more launches. Day 12 was a little funky, and that's like the halfway point of the moon. So I kind of want to confirm that maybe on day 24 as well, just to see what those look like. But so far, this 1.1 degree lead angle and a higher correction factor to our target altitude seems like it is doing a really good job of reliably smacking into the moon. And I am here for it. Let me double check that that was indeed day 20 and that I didn't just record that in the wrong numbers. That was day 20. All right. So let's go to day 8 then, and we're going to fill in the skipped ones. So we did days 0, 4, 12, and 20. We've got days 8, 16, 24, and, well, 28 if we really are feeling pedantic, but... And if we can reliably hit on days 8, 16, and 24, then I think we have found our, like, correct burn time. You know, I was previously timing my departure burns so that we were at about halfway through the burn when we passed the AN or DN according to Principia, but like, you know, and yes, for an instantaneous transfer, we want our periapsis to be exactly at the AN or DN. But we're not doing an instantaneous impulse, so, you know, the burn angle can be a little bit funky. So yeah, let's sim this on the days that we skipped, and if we can hit the moon on all of them, I'm going to say that we're close enough. We had a couple... I mean, day 12 was glancing, and I do want to see how days 8 today and day 16 look. But while it was glancing, it was, like, solidly through the moon for quite a bit of its adjustment range, which tells me that we still have a pretty good budge factor. So we may have done it. We may have, and maybe this has been my problem, and again, I was looking at the departure for a lot of trying to figure out our burn angle, and trying to look at how does our burn compare to the AN or DN. But, like, I feel like just looking at the orbit from the top and saying, like, are we too far clockwise or counterclockwise? What's going on? Has been more reliable. And the reality is that the difference in delta V, our lowest was 3,045 meters a second, and our highest was 3,070 meters a second, rounded to the nearest 5. So, in terms of us tweaking our phase angle around that doesn't seem likely to be something we want to be trying to do, because that change in delta V is so small, right? Like 15 meters a second by the time we're burning out the Agena is less than a second of burn. Well, about a second of burn time. What does our TWR go up to? It goes up to like 10 or 15 to 1 or something like that. So it gets stupid high. So I think, really, we just needed to... Oh, that's pretty. Alright, here we go. Let me not that one. That one. There you go. Everybody get your new desktop wallpaper. I cannot wait until I get better RCS tech. The moon science will give me a lot of, hopefully enough science points to start grabbing, like, Gemini-era RCS and things like that, and that'll be a big improvement for the Aegina. Getting hypergolic RCS instead of just cold gas thrusters. All right. Yep, pretty much the same orbit we always end up in. Ooh, this one's really close to the TLI time, though. That's cool. All right, back to the noodles. Focus the moon. That menu out of my way. Get that menu out of my way. All right, so this is day 8. Let me get ready to actually record the numbers here. It'll print them momentarily for us. All right, 39392650 3065 delta V point 3065.3 1.10 and 8 megameters. All right, let's see what we hit. If we hit, how we hit. I just let that way overburn. This isn't going to correct right. That was my fault. Let's load the quick save. I was time warping too aggressively. Back to the parking orbit. At least this is a quick, a relatively quick time in the parking orbit. And that overburn is exactly why I don't even have an attempt at any sort of automatic time warp for this. Is because it's really finicky to get right. Usually when I do it, I try to be turning down the time warp, you know, as we cross that, like, 100 megameter line. And I just, like, it blew past it. Alright, this time we're going to be more careful. And we're going to start fading out the time warp a little bit earlier. There we go. Still overburned by quite a bit. That's just our high TWR with the Aegina being hard to manage, and that's why we have the RCS adjustment. Alright, I'm going to call that a glancing. And it does feel almost also slightly undercorrected, like it wanted to keep pulling in. This looks a lot like day 12, which is interesting. But it is still an impact, so... I'm not going to complain about it. Okay, we've got days 16, 24, and maybe 28 to test. And then if we do get impacts on all of those, I'm going to say that these parameters are good enough. If we don't, then, like, I kind of think we could still burn even a little bit later and would maybe have to adjust our altitude offset again if we were going to do that. But... Alright, 16 days in the future. Actually load the vessel, Brennan. "16 days, simulate." But given that we've had good impacts, either solid impacts or glancing impacts on days 0, 4, 8, 12, and 20 of this, like, month period, that to me says cautious optimism is warranted. That's what I'm gonna say. Okay. This is a nighttime launch, which might mean a daytime TLI? Yeah, we might get a daytime TLI for once in our lives. That never happens. That's an interesting... What's being reflected off the Earth there? I'm not sure what that is. That might be... Might be a graphical glitch of some sort. I'm not sure. It doesn't really change when I move the camera. Alright, so this is day 16. I'm expecting either... another glancing impact like days 8 and 12, or a solid impact like day 20. But what I'm not seeing so far, other than maybe wanting to adjust the phase angle a little bit closer just across the board, which I think might help us more consistently hit, I'm not seeing anything in my data that looks like, oh, we're consistently over or under correcting based on... I mean, maybe based on our target altitude, we want to try to be doing something a little bit different with our offset. Our offset might actually be a function of the altitude, but I think we're talking across a fairly, like, small range. But again, if it is, that's just going to dial in slightly more precise... uh-oh, I don't have a terminal I can open here. Oh, we're time warping now. Hopefully, we can get signal. Ooh. It's gonna be hard to get a signal from this one. Alright. Well... I only need the signal if I need to read out the parameters, right? Yeah, there's no way to hit any good, with a burn right over the middle of the Pacific Ocean. There's not a lot you can do. So I can't open the terminal. Well, can I open it from this view? Of course I can. I'm gonna have to remember that trick. That doesn't work for turning it on and off when I need to reset the script, but oh yeah, this is our lowest yet. 354, so this is very close to lunar periapsis. So possibly a good test case. Go into MEO and find the moon. Oh, I need 2 bolts. Look at that. We don't hit. And I think we want to burn. Oh, that's doing all sorts of fun stuff. Look at that orbit. So obviously we slightly overcorrected. We saw we pulled in. We're coming underneath the moon. But our PE, our closest point is still on this side of it. So I want to see if tweaking the phase angle a little bit closer does the job for this flight. So we're gonna do a lead angle of exactly 1 degree instead of 1.1 degrees. We're gonna go back into the parking orbit save. This is good. This was a miss. And, like, if this is as simple as, like, have a lead angle between 1 degree and 1.1 degrees, depending on the moon's, like, altitude, that's really easy. I am okay with that as... All right, let's get up to our map again. And this is going to be a good test of whether I've developed any intuition for how to read this map or not. Because if this gets closer this way, everything is fixed and working flawlessly. Absolutely. We're actually doing pretty well. For certain definitions of pretty well. The parameters that we had dialed in have worked on a bunch of different days of the lunar month. I've picked a day that's basically lunar periapsis, and it doesn't work. So that's good and bad. It's good because the periapsis is sort of by definition the edge case of our whole problem space, right? It's bad because it doesn't work. But if we can test at periapsis and close to apoapsis, then we're going to be pretty happy. Alright, so this is burning a little bit later, but with the same adjustment. And it's actually worse. Okay, so we actually want to burn earlier here, not later. My intuition is all wrong. I guess that makes sense. We're going up and swinging. No, it doesn't make sense. I don't know. But let's burn a little bit later, and let's see if we can dial in. I mean, is later what we want? We're going around this way. Sorry, the first time I burned a little bit later. I think we need to burn a little bit earlier. And that seems odd to me, but... Oh, these spirals around the moon are fantastic. Let's load the save with a fudge in sort of the opposite direction. And let's see if this gets us what we want. Oh, I didn't write down what that was exactly, but it was a miss, so it's fine. Okay, I think I have a better idea of why I was backwards about how to adjust the phase angle. It's because we're burning at the AN here, which means we're going up and we're coming down past the moon instead of up past the moon, and things are on different sides. I think. Could still be wrong. Could still have no idea how to read this map. Ecorupt 11111. Good to see you. Welcome back. Sorry, that was not the appropriate way to respond to your greeting. Let me try that again. General Ecorrupti. Okay. Let's see. I did the wrong button there. I wanted to see if we swing over to Earth, but that's not going to happen. That's fine. All right. That looks pretty good, doesn't it? That's a PE that's, like, not quite straight in line between the Earth and the... Okay, nope, still not quite there. So this wants an even... Yeah, now we're overcorrecting. Joule in 3 days. That is a heck of an engine. All right, I think we want to burn even earlier then. Which I'm having... Oh, there you go. Yeah. Yeah, the expansion engines are somewhat magical, for sure. If I recall correctly, something in the books, in like the first book, was wrong by a factor of 10, and they decided to keep it consistent in universe. And what that means is that everything in it's like the distances are correct and the times are too short, so the acceleration they're pulling in some of their burns is redonkulous. If I recall correctly, I'd have to look it up again. But yeah, those engines can really push. Yes, in general, for efficiency, that's what you want. But I guess, you know, in the world of the Expanse, they've reached a point where engines are powerful enough and, you know, run off of future space magic that you can get away with burning less efficiently. I think they also do... I forget the name of the trajectory. But they're basically always accelerating or decelerating, right? And that gets you the lowest possible travel time is if you're always accelerating or decelerating towards or away from your target. But obviously it's way less efficient than doing a traditional orbital transfer. But again, efficiency doesn't matter in the Expanse. They have magical space engines. Okay, so that gets us an impact at 1.5 here. It's not a great impact, but it is an impact. And I'll take that. Ooh, that is actually a really bad impact. Let's push that up even higher. I'm willing to go higher with that. Let's try 1.75. Do I want to go that high? Let's go that high. Let's find out what happens. Yeah. Star Trek is definitely more magical than The Expanse. For as much as The Expanse has some crazy sci-fi magic going on, Star Trek doesn't even pretend. And again, the Expanse tried, and their math is internally consistent. It just means that humans have to be able to survive burns of hilarious numbers of Gs. Alright, so if this hits at 1.75, and that was 1.5 was a glancing blow. I wonder if we have a nice linear relationship of a earlier burn when the moon is closer and a later burn when it's further away. And if we can confirm that, because that would be fantastic if that is something that we can... Because I didn't adjust... Did I adjust? No. I have not adjusted the altitude fudge factor for, like, how far out we push our home and transfer. All I've adjusted to get this to hit is that phase angle for our burn. So... You've run out of ingredients for homemade pasta? That is sad. It is too hot here to be cooking pasta indoors. But I haven't done a proper homemade pasta in a long time. Yeah, 3041 and change. So yeah, this is just the new... And let's see where we come in. Oh, yeah. Bye-bye. Be safe. Keep the computer safe. This is why everybody should have a UPS. I am solidly on team UPS. All right, pulling that in, pulling that in, pulling that in. Yeah, okay. All right. I think we have enough data to form a hypothesis. Let's copy and paste from my other text editor into the IDE. Did I not just copy? Clipboard. Yes. Paste. No. Paste as plain text. There we go. That's what I needed. I guess it must have come in as rich text or something. All right. So what I'm seeing here, and knowing that at some of these intermediate points, we did have glancing impacts, although some were also cleanish. My hypothesis is that we have from lunar AP to lunar PE, we want to be at like 1.1 there to 1.75 there. And that's easy enough, right? And we can refly with that calculation on a few different days and see if that will get us clean impacts again. And especially on days where we hit well, like day 0 and day 4 both hit, but they're very close to... But we also had, like, at 1.25, you know, overcorrected, kind of glancing. So, like, there is some fudge factor in all of this. And I think, basically, by day 16 being this close to the lunar periapsis, we fell out of fudge factor range and really needed to swing it back in place. The question is... for these in-between dates, like day 12, that worked with 1.1, if this calculates as being like a 1.4, will that still hit? Is that within its range of acceptable fudge factors? And my data says maybe. The data says maybe. And this was a glancing impact as well, so we might get a cleaner impact if we burn a little bit. This says too early, but I'm starting to think maybe I had some feelings and thoughts about that backwards. Let's do of... All right. So... oh, apparently I lost my... let's go to orbitable. Yeah, we do have apoapsis and periapsis on the orbitable. Okay. So, what we want is local moon range is moon, apoapsis minus moon. Local, yeah, that'll work. And then we need to invert that, right? Because we want the lowest angle when we're all the way up at the apoapsis and then 1.1 plus 0.65 times lead angle fraction. Cool. It's not really burn angle. We'll call it the transfer lead angle. It just has to have I have to have a different name for this function than for the actual local, I think, down below. I don't want to confuse KOS by naming two things the same. I know it has scopes where you can sometimes get away with renaming things, but I don't know if this if block counts as a scope or not. Okay. So this should do what we want, in theory. And just looking at the notes, this seems much, well, the moon altitude and the moon delta V are pretty closely coupled, but solidly non-linear. So maybe it's a factor of the delta V, not the moon altitude, but it probably also matters whether the moon is approaching the AP or the PE. Yeah. Do you mean differently than just like because that's more or less what this is looking at, right? Is like if the moon is approaching AP, then our lead angle is a little bit different than if the moon is at PE. And then we're just linearly interpolating, which is probably not correct, but also our testing shows we have a pretty wide range that gets impacts. Or did you mean something else around, like, whether we're approaching the apsis or departing the apsis? Right. Yeah. Okay, so you do think it might matter if it's going up or going down? Ugh. I hope not. What does my data say about that? Let's check the notes. Oh, I didn't actually do the day that would have given me that. But, like, we have day 12 and day 20, which are on either side of the PE, although not quite exactly at AP or PE. I think we want to test, like, day 10 and day 24. I think those would be pretty close to... Because I think PE, well, PE is going to be day, like, 17 or something. What is the moon's periapsis? Theoretically, 363 kilometers on average. Okay, so yeah, that's very close. So like 7 days before that, yeah, days like 9 and 23 or 10 and 24 would be the like intermediate days to see if we have different behavior depending on whether it's going up or down. I'm hoping we don't. I hope that doesn't matter. Alright, I do want to refly. Well, obviously day 16. Let's fly days 0 and 16. And then we can try some of the in-between days. I think especially these days 24 and 10 are going to be sort of the intermediate ones. And it is ad break o'clock, but I'll just let the launches go during the ad because we have lots of launches to do. But yeah, what I'm hoping is that for our purposes, because of how small the moon's gravity is relative to Earth, that by the time we are approaching the moon, I'll finish that thought after the ad break. That way people don't miss it. All right, let's sim this. Yeah, day 16 again. It should, if I didn't do my math wrong, come up with about that 1.75 lead angle. Oh, what's it doing? Is that okay? Yeah, that's okay. Hey, it's back. Yeah, Simus, I think I agree with where you're coming from, and I'll finish this thought after the ad break is over, just so folks don't miss it, but I am hoping that it's insignificant. Alright, ad break is officially over, so says Twitch. Thanks for hanging around, everyone. I do appreciate it. Alright, getting back to Simus's thing. Since you're essentially doing some corrections on top of the Hohmann transfer for the fact that the moon's gravity is affecting you throughout, I'd expect whether the moon is approaching PE or AP to affect how long you spend being affected by the moon's gravity on the way. Yes. And you could kind of think of that if you consider the ship kind of moving in a straight line and the moon coming towards it from the right, it's going to be coming in at a slightly different angle depending on whether it's approaching AP or PE. And that's going to... I'm doing things with my hands as if people can see them. But that is going to have an effect on exactly how the moon tugs us. My hope is that because the moon is relatively small compared to the Earth-ish, by the time the moon is a major influence, its altitude isn't changing all that much over the course of the, even if it's 12 hours that we're being mainly influenced by the moon. And given the range of fudge factors that we see as, functional, from, barely impacting to a solid impact, my hope is that we don't have to be very precise at all with this. We just have to, vaguely dial in the slightly different lead angle because the moon is a little bit closer and call it a day. But it's certainly possible that we find that this works like super great from PE to AP, and then from AP to PE it gets weird. I would not be surprised by that, given everything else that we have happening. All right, let's get the noodles ready to go. And open KOS terminal. So this is day 16. It should pick a number that's real close to that 1.75 for its lead angle. If my code was correct. It's always possible that I did it wrong. Oh, yep, there's a typo. That's all right. We can go back to the parking orbit save. When do we actually compute that? Yeah, at the end of parking orbit. So we can reload this parking orbit save, and we should be okay. The code looks right other than my typo. So I think I just saved us a few seconds of waiting for a bonk and nothing else. All right. It's interesting that we have to add more delta V. And I think it's because for most of our transfer, the moon is so many degrees, you know, basically to the side of us, not directly above us. So the moon's tug isn't pulling us up. The moon's tug is making us less elliptical. And we have to add the extra velocity to make up for that. And you can actually see that when you turn on the patched conics. You can see the prediction from Principia getting to be a less elliptic orbit as you go forward. Where are we burning? All right, yeah, we're at the AN. Okay, so yeah, this calculated 1.74. Not the 1.75 that we plugged in manually, but it should be close enough. And then this is day 16, which is really close to the lunar periapsis. Or with our impact being the lunar periapsis. I also want to check with day 2, which should be very close to the lunar apoapsis. And then days like 9 and 23 would be great to check. Yeah, that's beautiful. We're overcorrecting. So we actually want even a little bit more extra DV to come in more aggressively, but like that's... It can't decide if it's actually... Yeah, it's not quite a... Oh yeah, all of these adjustments are... But like it's in there. Okay, let's try this on a different day. And of course I loaded a quick save, so we can't revert anymore. And so yeah, let's do day 2, because day 2 is like the opposite case. And then we'll try the rising and falling sort of intermediate times on days 7 and sorry, not days 7, day 9 and 23. Oh, forgot to load the vessel again. But that was good. That was, I mean, that was what we expected, right? That was just proving that it, like, calculated the same thing that I put in by hand. Purely a sanity check. So now we're going to see that this end also computes approximately that 1.1 degree lead angle. And then if, need to figure out why this gets into, like, this weird state. Because, like, when we're in the loop, it should always be waiting until warp is 0 and time warp is settled. But yet it still is popping up this weird error that it's already in time warp. And I'm not certain how that happens if warp is set to 0 and time warp is settled. And, like, when that happens, we can see that we're going through the loop quickly. Because we end up with this spam. Maybe we're just missing a wait 0 in there somewhere. Oh, it is missing a wait 0 in there. Yep. All right, that'll do it. And then the other thing that this is not accounting for, but I don't think it has a huge effect on, like, our overall transfer, is, like, we consistently get into approximately the same orbit relative to the Cape, but our burn to the moon can be at different points along that orbit, which means that because it's not a very clean circular orbit, we're give or take a few dozen meters a second. But I think on the scale of all the other factors that we're seeing, I mean, it's possible that our departure altitude is part of the problem, but I doubt it. That difference is such a small fraction of the lunar transfer delta V. Right? Oh, I'm already fast forwarding. Beautiful. This is a long burn. This is always a long burn. This is a 3-minute burn, well, it's a 3-minute burn without time warp, which means even at 4x, it's still 45 seconds or something. And as always, pretty much 470 by 530. So, like, that's our difference, right? That 60 kilometers of altitude, depending on whether we're near the fast or the slow side of the orbit. And I could probably change the Aegina's program to try to cancel vertical velocity a little bit better. Borrow some of the same logic that I wrote in the Atlas program for pitching up or down to account for your... Well, that doesn't try to cancel vertical velocity. That looks at a target AP. But that could potentially help. All right, so yeah, this came up with 1.16 on day 2, which I think should be fine based on my testing on day 0. On day 0, I was able to get impacts anywhere from 1.1 to 1.25. So 1.16 is probably reasonable, question mark? And again, I think we have some pretty broad flexibility here. We just have to, have it generally pointed in the right direction. Yeah, that looks good. Boom. That's a hit. Again, overcorrected. Way overcorrected. But a hit. Alright, so those are the easy days. Those are the days we expected to work with this program, because those were basically our 2 endpoints, right? Now for the hard stuff, which is the stuff in the middle, and we find out if this linear approximation is worth the electrons that I coded it in. Let's try day 9. So we did basically days that are very close to the lunar AP and PE, and now we're picking days in between. Nope, adding that new weight did not fix the warp. And I still don't know why, so... Oh, it only did it a few times this time. Apologies if my mic is picking up some of that background noise. We have, as I've said a few times over the past couple of weeks, we've been doing work on the house, so there's just stuff happening. There we go. That's the screenshot. Ah, beautiful. All right. And so all we're really looking for is a reasonably clean hit on the moon here. If it's glancing, that's less than ideal, and, you know, maybe we want to tweak a couple of other things, but if we can get solid hits at approximately AP, approximately PE, and at both points in between, I feel pretty good about that. And obviously we can do, you know, 3-4 day increments on all the other ones. Do the in-betweens. If we really want to convince ourselves that we have done it right. Let's get ready to look at the noodles. Yeah, so this ended up calculating somewhere in the middle, 1.23, as expected. And we way overburned. But that's just... Yeah, that's an impact. Beautiful. Okay. I'm happy with that. I'm very happy with that. So, day 23 next, and then we can try some of the other in-betweens. Nine plus 14 is 23. Yeah. But that is, no lightning strikes hit you. Always good. What about your computer? That's the more important thing. All right. I guess we'll find out by how good of an impact we get, how much the rising or falling motion of the moon actually makes a difference. Power didn't go out in tons of surge protectors, yeah. So yeah, this launch will kind of tell us by how good of an impact we get, like how much the rising or the falling of the moon matters to our calculations. But we've had pretty solid impacts at APPE and one of the midpoints, the falling midpoint. Well, midpoint by time, which is not midpoint by anything else. Ooh, that's a good one. And then, of course, the last thing we're going to have to do before we actually build this to fly it is we're going to have to take some time and do some painting. Because all these plain metal fuel tanks are unacceptable. Gotta keep giving myself options for thumbnails here. That's the... All right. Let's get our... Not that I think I need this output, but just so I have it in case it does anything weird, I can see it. So we're hoping that this will look more or less the same as the previous one. Oh. Jupiter. All right. All right, back to the moon. Yep, it is that specific spot that when they're working in, it just reverberates directly into my room. And it's like on the floor above me and a room over, so I'm not sure why it's so loud in here, but something about the geometry of the house. So I apologize again for the background noise. Yeah, beautiful. That is slightly different, but still a really good impact. That's an absolutely beautiful impact. All right. So the question now is, how much do we trust this? We've done kind of the what should be the 4 worst points. We can do the 4, like, in-between points, right? Sort of the 3 or 4 days away from... So, like, that would be day, like, 19 and 12 hours. And then 12 and 12 hours. Let me look at my notes and see how... What did we actually fly? Day 20 was clean. Before we had a clean on day 20 and a glancing on day 12. So yeah, let's do 19.5 and 12.5, which is 3.5 day increments instead of 4 day increments. Just to see how these ones behave and what are like calculated versus what our calculated burn angle ends up being on those days. And if we hit both of those, then I'm reasonably confident that we're going to be, because it's the things change more rapidly on the PE side, right? So we want to be prepared for that side of things. I'm more concerned about those 2 days than I am about day, whatever it is, 26.5 and 5.5. But we will, we'll see what we get. What just happened? I've seen this before where it like started burning weird. I might just have to go back to the VAB. Because it did look like it was... Oh, I have no liquid oxygen here. What is going on? How did that happen? It's set here. Simulate. That explains why it burned out early, but I'm unsure of... why this is happening. And obviously we have, like, resource pumps in these or something. But yeah, this isn't enough time for it to actually pump all the oxygen in. And then it tries to launch. Let's go into the code. And even though we wait until ship unpacked and all of this other stuff before we time warp, let's just add like a wait 2 here. We're just gonna wait 2 seconds before we start our time warp. Let's see if that is enough to make this problem go away. Because I suspect what's happening is we're, like, entering time warp before something is fully configured with the ship. I'm hoping that's what's happening. No! Okay. This is super cool. If anyone knows what's happening and how to fix it, I would really appreciate a hint. Because, like, I mean, I could just do this and maybe it'll remember. Save, reload the vehicle, just reset some things. One more time. Nope, didn't help. I'm deeply confused. Fewer number of days in the future? Yeah. I mean, we could do that, but like this is the smallest number of days for us to be at like that side of the moon's orbit, right? Sort of the approaching the periapsis or departing the periapsis. But let's try 5 days and see what that does. I wonder if this has been doing it every time, and just sometimes we get a longer wait. Yes. Because this had to time warp for a couple of hours, and that was enough for it to fully fill. Interesting. Yeah, I think it's a KCT issue. But I'm not sure how. KCT is integrated into RP-1 now, right? That would be where to look for issues related to this if it's already been reported. Yeah. Creating a simulation. Cryogenics depleting when simulating on a delay. Opened May 11th, 2024. When simulating at a specified time in the future, cryogenics are depleted as if the vessel has existed since the present. Right, and because this tank doesn't have insulation, there's no MLI, it's fully depleted if we simulate basically any time into the future. Oh! Ha! Yep. The last comment on this issue from 2024 is this due to Principia? Alright, so it's a weird Principia interaction with RP-1. I'm gonna comment on this later, but if anyone's curious, this appears to be the issue I'm hitting. But what we should be able to do, because our launch time is defined by the moon and not by the time when we start the simulation, we should be able to start the sim, like, instead of 20 or whatever, 19 days, 12 hours in the future, do it like 19 days, 9 hours in the future, and that'll give the launch clamps time to refill, refill the stage. I think that will be the workaround. But the unfortunate thing is that issue says that also happens when simulating vessels starting in orbit. And that will mean that if we want to, like, just simulate a Centaur, we're going to have to, you know, or any sort of stage that would have been dropped into an orbit by something else. It'll be harder to do that in the future. But yeah, it seems like KCT and Principia do not always play nice. And in this case, again, I think I do have a workaround of just like adding or subtracting a couple hours so that we sit on the pad a little bit longer and give the tanks time to refill. But in the general case, I don't think that workaround applies. All right. Looking good. Looking good. Looking good. I expect this one to work fine, but it'll be good to see this test happen. And then we'll try again at like 19 days and 10 hours or something. Just so we can have enough time on the pad for the tanks to refill. And if that day hits, then I'm going to say that this code works. Ooh. Okay, so this is like actually lunar AP, because this is chosen like the smallest possible lead angle. Which I think should hit on a day like today. If I check my notes, 1.1 was successful on day 4 and day 8. So on today, which is day 5.5, I expect a hit with this 1.099. Oh, I should be fast forwarding. Sorry. That looks pretty good. Yeah, perfect. Absolutely beautiful. No notes. All right, so let's go back to VAB. So if today was like actually the lunar AP, and it looks like it was dangerously close to it, then that means that day 19 and a half is actually lunar PE, which means we really do want to test that one and make sure that, yes, we'll do 19 days, 9 hours, and hopefully that'll give it time to fill up the tanks. It should decide that it needs to wait like 3 hours. Yep. And that is enough time for it to refill the tanks. Cool. All set. That worked. Workaround successful. So this is probably also what happened last week when I had it, like, misbehaving and seeming to come off the launch pad with way too much TWR. It was probably that there was no fuel in the Atlas. Alright, looking good. Alright, if this one hits, I think this is the last one that I want to seriously sim. I think after this we can call it pretty much done. And we'll enqueue this for launch, and then we'll have to figure out after that what else we want to be working on while this builds. And I think that probably means that we need to get a couple commercial satellites figured out. I'm not overly concerned about commercial satellite contracts at this point. They are what killed us during the first attempt at this game, but I think we have much, much better tech now. So, I'm not even gonna stress. And of course, we got to start thinking about manned orbit as well, but manned orbit is going to be on Atlas, so it will be this launch complex, and we need, well, we need this one to go, and then we're also going to need to figure out lunar orbit, which I'm hoping will be reasonably straightforward. I'm hoping I could just put a couple of solids on the bottom of this thing and turn it from an impactor into a probe, into a satellite, rather. It might not be that simple, but it might be that simple. Because, yeah, first human orbit is also going to be on an Atlas, so we need to do a couple of other things with Atlas around the moon first, and then we'll do human orbit, and in the interim, we do still have the launch complex for Thor's, and we'll want to use that for, the commercial contracts. Yeah, overburned a little bit on the orbit, but that's fine. We're still going to be within our normal range of orbital altitudes when we depart. I'm not worried about that being our main issue ever. Yeah, the high ambient really does cut down the contrast on shadows and stuff. But that is the trade-off for y'all being able to see it with compression. Ooh. That's going to be an interesting one. Well, that's such a small amount of our DV, I don't think it matters. I thought we had enough loiter time there for pretty much any bad tumble to be corrected, but not quite. All right, and we do have an ad coming up soon. Appreciate folks sticking around through the ad. I do run just one ad break an hour, just enough to keep pre-roll ads turned off for everybody. But I will probably need to go get a little bit more water during the ad break, and if this is successful, then we're basically done planning this, and we can get this queued up. Look at that. Beautiful. All right. I am confident in saying we can hit the moon any day of the month. That confidence may be misplaced, but... All right, when we come back from the ad, we'll do some final cleanups on the ship. We'll add some decals and a paint job, and then we'll get it in the queue, and we'll figure out what we want to work on as far as commercial contracts while it is being integrated. I'll see everyone in just a few. Alright, welcome back everybody. Thanks for sticking around through the ad break. I really appreciate it. Delta Blue what I've been using as my accent color? I think it is. That's not so bad. On the Agena there. I don't hate that. The Atlas itself, I kind of want to keep bare metal because, like, it's an Atlas. Maybe the version without rivets, so it blends nicer up into the tank, the stretched tank. Yeah, let's do that, as much as I like the detail. We'll keep the detail on the skirt, though, because the version without the skirt is too bland for me, or without the details rather. So we'll do that. Like I said, I want to keep that metal. Yeah, we'll do those standard. I thought there was a... Maybe I'm thinking of something else. Or maybe it's in... Like, what are my... coloring options here? It doesn't look like anything really comes through. Could have sworn there was a variant of this that had the red. But I don't think so. Yeah, that's just that. Which should probably just be... Well, if I just change the texture back, it'll get reset. Oh, no, it doesn't get reset. Interesting. Oops. Oh, yeah, we probably want to put everything onto steel metallic instead of the stock silver metallic. Feel like that. Where's recoloring GUI? Yeah, the little bit darker steel color, I think looks nicer than the silver. And same with the avionics, recoloring to that steel color, beautiful. In here, I don't think there's anything to recolor on the Agena. Nope. Procedural tank is fine. I mean, we could do colors with that, but I don't think it really matters because we're never going to look at it. Well, we actually do look at the butt of this one a lot. Oh, the whole thing is just one recolor, though. Ooh. Alright, that's less than ideal, but it is what it is. Bearings are fine, they're just white paint. And then this guy. I mean, the gold spheres, I feel like, are... Oh, interesting. It only changes the... Okay, so the whole thing changes. But it's like, it's only the top part that changes, not the sides. Interesting. And obviously we're going to go back to gold metallic. And what about this thing? I'm sure this can be recolored. Do I want to? Do I care? Maybe not. Maybe this does not have colors. Oh, there we go. Standard or recolorable. There's the recolor. Do the whole thing in the gold foil look? Why not? I think that is good enough. Save that. What is this thing currently? 156 tons. And our launch pad does 135 to 180. Is interstellar travel the thieving version of interstellar? Oh. I didn't even process that typo when I saw that message. Alright, I think this is good. We're gonna... Do I need to tool things? Yes. The probe core needs tooling. That makes sense. So we will tool that. We will unlock one part. Unlock. Not enough funds to integrate. Oh, well. That whole probe core, when we were doing the first version of this that flew and failed, we tooled it purely as a probe core, not as hibernatable deep space avionics. So we have to retool as a... the deep space avionics. Warp to fund target, 10,000. Warp. All right. Oh, why did we stop? Was that recent that a bunch of those retired? No, those were older. Oh, I don't have a flight director. That is a recent... Oh, yeah, we would have unlocked that with, like, one of our crew techs. I mean, that's not bad. Because I'm not doing planes. Yeah. %10 reputation from contracts. Better VAB rollout. Crew training costs. Yeah. %10 to integration speed of vessels with more than 2 kiloliters of solid propellant. Confidence boost from, I mean, the first one seems like no downside for me because I'm not using SPH. Even if these aren't necessarily the most powerful buffs. Let's do it. All right, let's warp to that fund target. $10,000. All right. And then once we get this queued up, done. What is the status of, like, all of my staff and engineers, by the way? I have 404 engineers, and they're all at this launch complex. Oh, Launch Complex 1 is still being refurbished. Did I already... Did I do this like weeks ago that I designed the first navigation satellite launcher and I've just completely forgotten? I have Navsat 1 in my IDE. So yes? Yeah, so this is just a Thor Able Star that just burns and circularizes. Oh, yeah, this should be super easy. Nav 1. Cool. All right, so we already have one of these that's more or less... Ooh, I went for the 4 boosters on it. Which is not accurate to the real world. I think the most a Thor flew with was 3. But, yeah, this should be fine for that first contract. So we don't even have to, like, prep a vessel there. I do want to put auto hire back on for staff here. Launch Complex 2, auto hire up to 492. Construction speed is 100% here, because that'll just get, you know, we never did get this thing up to fully staffed up, but that's all right. And then after that, once Launch Complex 1 is finished, we'll queue up the ship and we'll set up the auto hire for LC1, and it'll just get... It'll be built as quickly as it can be built, but we'll have both launch complexes running in parallel very soon. All right, Launch Complex 1 is done. Let's hit 492 engineers here. And then we go to, or sorry, Launch Complex, yeah. So now LC1... we want to auto hire up to the 363 engineers that it can take. And that says that's going to take until January. Oh, and I didn't leave enough money for us to actually in-queue this, did I? We're going to have to warp to a fun target first. What does this cost? 5,400. Is it tooled? Yes. I'm not concerned about having the latest and greatest tech on the commercial launches, as long as we can achieve them. So let's get rid of that, and let's just warp to a fund target of 6,000. Warp. Now we can start the... Well, first let's do the VAB. Let's queue up the ship, then we can start hiring. We need to make sure to set enough reserve funds that we can actually roll things out. All right. So that's the first nav satellite queued up. I should probably simulate that and just confirm with myself that, yes, the code is good, and yes, it completes the contract, because this was weeks ago, and I have zero recollection of doing it. But looking at the code, this is a very, very simple Thor-able... Oh, those solids. They're such a good noise. Boosters dropped. I mean, this has heaps of Delta V. I'm not really... Like I said, I'm not super worried about being able to hit the contract requirements with A. But if we do check the contract requirements... Historically, the US seems to use solid fuel a lot more than the Soviets did. I wonder why. Yeah, it's, I think the real thing is that both of them tried to avoid locks as much as possible, right? And for military applications, you end up with wanting either solid boosters or something hypergolic. And we certainly used both in the US and in the USSR, but I think the US just ended up relying on solids more for military, and that transferred over to all the other rocket applications. All right, first nav satellite. Key E above 350,000 is what we're going for. With eccentricity, oh, below 0.26. Geez, yeah, this is super easy. I don't even need to use Able Star for this. This doesn't have to be a two-phase launch. Yeah, storage is the big one. Why everyone wanted to avoid locks. You know, it's why Titan is as terrible as it is. It's why the R7 was... Did the R7... I forget if the R7 used hypergolics. At least some of the R7's or modern Sputnik stages are hypergolic. I know that. But yeah, it's a big issue for militaries and not at all an issue for civilian applications, which is why, like, the space shuttle and a lot of NASA things ultimately switched to hydrolox because it's very efficient and not toxic, and all of the military problems of handling cryogenic propellant don't really apply to NASA. Although there are cases where we still use hypergolics, right, for RCS and things like that, even in civilian applications, because the yeah, I think I was thinking one of the upper stages, which I guess is technically not the R7, it's part of the R7-derived launch families. But yeah, arguably an upper stage is just a payload for a lower stage. This thing has hilarious control authority. I could probably turn down the RCS a little bit on this thing. Oh, cool. That's it. We're done. Yeah, exactly. My favorite choice regarding hypergolics is the choice to put ejector seats in Gemini, where if that rocket was blowing up around them, and yes, they're wearing spacesuits, but you're still going to be ejecting your astronauts through a cloud of hypergolic propellants. All right, this works. I'm happy. That rocket is so much more than capable of estimated infinity. That's fine. I have to hire the staff now. Staffing, engineers, LC1, auto hire up to the max. Reserve funds of like 7,500. Hopefully that's enough to roll out. All right, I think we can just start fast forwarding here. I don't think we have anything else left to do. Yeah. What's our tracking station? Currently level 4. Yep, And that's fine. Level 4 is what we need, yeah, for commercial applications. And then we'll need to do, once we do first nav satellite, we'll have some of these other ones to do. I'm trying to think if there's anything else I want to do besides just hit warp to complete on this thing and skip ahead a month and a half. But I don't think there's anything else we can do. We need to wait for the engineers to be hired on for the Thor launch complex again. And that's, yeah, what's going to happen. Yeah, and then this is pulling in, you know, day by day. As we hire more engineers, that'll keep pulling in. All right, here we go. Fingers crossed, everybody. This is it. This is the real, well, the second time, because I screwed it up once, but let's try to hit the moon. I think last time I missed so badly that I didn't even get the flyby contract, which was just really an embarrassment. Yeah. So we have both of those contracts to get. Daytime launch. It's actually going to be about this is going to be our launch azimuth. $140, $150. There we go. How are we looking? This looks pretty much exactly the same as every other launch in The Sims, because this part is never the part that's weird. Yeah, I've noticed that, and I have decided in most cases that it is, as long as it's not messing up my launches, I don't care. I know that I could tweak steering manager, and I have just decided that has not been a priority. Although I've noticed sometimes that it does cause stability issues, and I've had to, like, turn down physics warp. But as long as it's staying stable, even though it's flip-flopping the controls around. But yeah, I probably could just set the roll authority a little bit lower, especially on the Atlas stage. It doesn't need to be able to roll particularly hard. But again, as long as it's... Yeah, on RCS it's a bigger issue than just the... than just the steering jets. We can be time warping through this part. All right, and we're gonna warp ahead to TLI burn. I'm glad I made the probe gold. That was a fantastic choice. Alright, and we should be coming up. Yeah, I don't have... Am I gonna have... No. Yeah, we're in the middle of the Pacific Ocean again, aren't we? Yep. So yeah, this is gonna be another one of those burns where we don't have signal, and that's fine. It just means oh wait, yes, I can open the terminal. I can do it from here. Let's forget I have that button. All right, and this script will time warp us basically until we're in the moon's SOI, or would be in the moon's SOI. And then it's kind of on me to manage the time warp from that to our actual impact. Because I didn't feel like writing code to manage that time warping. All right, MEO plotting frame as always, and let's see. Burn lead angle of 1.6, moon altitude 375. All right, so we're kind of right. We're towards the lower end of the moon's. Well, actually, we're about halfway between, aren't we? Between 350 and 400. 375 is kind of right in the middle. Transfer DV of 3050, that's kind of normal. We're looking good. All right, we're pulling back. Beautiful. Sorry, that clipped, didn't it? Or peaked. Apologies to everybody's eardrums. I did try to lean away from my microphone before I clapped, but I don't think it was enough. I'm so excited. You guys have no idea. Like, this has been so many hours of my life to get this program figured out and to fix bugs and find edge cases, and like, it's actually working. Ooh, that's not where we want to be. Let's just zoom out. There we go. Time warp complete. The script is done. So now it's pretty much on me to just make sure that so we've collected science, which means that we will catch this as long as we approach within 5 megameters. And then this one, the trick is to make sure we don't miss this 3.5 kilometer checkpoint. If you're fast forwarding too quickly, you'll go from like way high altitude to 0, and it'll never trigger this. That seems to be what has caused issues for me in the past. So we're going to be careful. We're going to watch our altitude here. I think we can go up to 1,000 for at least part of this. Yeah. We are speeding up as we approach the moon, which we expect. I just want to be really careful that I don't overdo this time warp, because I'll be very, very sad. Where's the sun? Oh, is the sun behind the moon? Oh, it is. We're like perfectly approaching. Oh, that's not a good screenshot. Oh. All right. Yeah, look at that. We're like... What? We're gonna miss it. We're not gonna get the contract. Oh. This should have turned off the avionics, though. I guess it's still not... Even with the avionics off, we were in the dark for too long. That's... You know what? We'll have to fly one more of these to get the impactor contract done. That's... unfortunate. But... Oh... That's okay. We still get the lunar flyby, and we got a huge amount of science. Yeah, that makes sense. Yep, no power. No power because we were coming in from the shadowed side of the moon. Look at that. All right, so we picked like the one... day or week or whatever to launch that had this problem. We do at least still get the flyby contract, like I said, but... Alright, we're gonna have to fly one more. Yep. Oh, and there we go. There's our, Yep. Cool. Still, that's a success. That is a successful launch, successful impact. We failed the contract due to a electronics failure on the probe. We didn't get the data we wanted. Oh, that's your screenshot? It's just the noodles. But still, that's huge. I don't think we unlock... No, we need the impactor, I think, to unlock the first lunar satellite. Yeah, first lunar orbiter, complete impactor. Okay. What's our requirement for this, by the way? AP below 5 megameters, PE above 20 kilometers. Oh, that's anything. Okay. That should be relatively straightforward. The only issue is, I think, going to be our altitude adjustment is much more consistent now than it was in the past, so we might be able to just dial in a different altitude adjustment. That'll always kind of get us, you know, we want to be a couple of megameters above the surface of the moon, so we might have to play with that, which I don't want to do today anyway. All right, let's queue up another Atlas. That's... oh, I probably don't have the money for that, though. It's like 9,000 something. Let's jump ahead until we have enough money, and then we'll queue up another Atlas. So that's get rid of the engineers, warp to fund target of 10,000. Well, 2 days before Christmas, we hit the moon without getting the... Oh, I should queue up experiments now that I have... Or not experiments, research, now that I have all this... Okay, yeah, this gives me, like, I want this so badly. Let's grab improved flight control, because it's on the way to things I want. And then, what else do we need? Oh, we're already down to not enough science to do anything interesting, huh? First RTGs, basic power generation and storage gives us... better solar panels. We'll take that one. Okay. Alright, so we're pretty much right about where we ought to be with research, looking at things, other than missing, like, prototype and early hydrolox that are 62, 63. Our next blue sky nodes are both, like, 64 to 66 era. So we're only a little bit behind on tech. Cool. And that, I mean, it didn't help a ton because our rep is way lower than I want it to be, but it helped a little bit to get our rep up from the flyby contract. I guess the other thing I could check before we... Yeah, let's look at that. So if we look at... What's the research that we have on here right now? What did I put in this? Go away. Pressure scan, temperature, mass spectrometry, video imaging, and telemetry analysis. Video imaging around the moon. Alright, we got space high, but we didn't get any of the space low video imaging, obviously, because we didn't have power by the time we got there. And that's probably also true of pressure, temperature, and mass spectrometry. Yeah, we got all the space high science, but none of the space low. That's Earth. Go away. I want the moon. Moon. Yeah, we didn't get the space low. Temperature scan. Where's moon? Didn't get space low. Video imaging. Is video imaging multi-biome in space low for the moon? It is. Okay. Not that we're going to get a huge number of biomes on our flyby. But, okay. So I think I'm going to leave the same science on it, since we didn't get space low science for anything. I don't think it's worth swapping out experiments. For the orbiter, we are going to want to swap out for some longer-term experiments. But here, we're just going to queue up another one of these guys. And then go back to, I gotta turn back on hiring engineers for LC1. I don't think we've hit the staff that we want for that yet. LC2 has 492, LC1 is at 257 of 363. Yeah, auto hire up to 363. Reserve funds, 10,000. Well, I'm glad I did queue up that navigation satellite, because that's going to get completed soon. And we're going to have to figure out what our next ones we want to grab are. We need the various... Let's double check this. Early... commercial applications. Yeah, so we have the various experimental, transatlantic, etc., etc. Oh, it only needs 1% availability over a 90-day period, huh? So yeah, we'll need to play with these and figure out what we want to do with these. I don't really want to be doing that prep work right now. And then there's also the commercial... Early navigation 3 networks. There we go. Except not this one. We want this version. So this is what we're going to have to hit for our 3 navsats. Slightly larger navsat payload. They pop in and get auto-accepted when the initial contract... Yeah. Yeah, I know there's some weird stuff with some of these contracts. But yeah, we should be able to do this navsat one with our current tech level. Like, looking at this, eccentricity below 0.004 is an easy target for Able Star. Altitude of like 750. I think we can hit this this with our tech level. So I'm not too concerned about getting this one done for commercial applications. Yeah. But these television ones are going to be funky to figure out, for sure. But I think that'll be next week as we'll go back to looking at commercial applications, or because I might want to take a break from the moon. Well, the problem is that this is already super late, so like we should do... Yeah, the C# code invents the follow-on out of thin air without having shown it to you. Yeah, that's not great. I think they do, like, at least try to explain what the requirements are going to be, but it's... Yeah. So yeah, impactor has to get done. That's the most important one. Lunar orbit needs to happen. I'm sick of the moon, but lunar orbit needs to happen. The lunar contracts are already a year late. We need to get them off of our plate. And then we've currently got crewed orbit and early commercial applications. With the 2 slots from early lunar probes gone, I'm not sure what I want to grab from that. It could be uncrewed lunar surface exploration, which, like, we probably should do if our goal is moon boots. Because this will help us get our scripting figured out for an actual lunar landing, right? And then crewed hover slam will be awesome. Yeah. I mean, that's... I guess when there's a crew involved, it's better to call it a hover slam than a suicide burn. All right, let's get Nav1 launched. That'll be a quick and easy launch. That'll be a contract done. And then we'll fly what is hopefully... Oh, I should rename that. Actually, it's 3. But we don't talk about Luna 1.0. And then when we start working on crewed orbit, that should also give us a ton of science, right? Just thinking about... Its name is actually Cosmos 204. Yes. Oh, does the Cherenkov detector not... work around the moon? That's weird. Tens of thousands of science. Yeah. But that's because you're doing, like, far future tech stuff, right? And they have to have it all scale. Oh, this wouldn't be a bad one to have on an orbiter. Infrared radiometry around the moon, that's a bunch of science. Obviously, magnetic scan is a good one. I think this will work well in moon. Yeah, oh, that's huge amounts of science. Yeah. It just takes forever. Oh no, it's only huge amounts landed. Space low is only a single biome. Micrometeorite detector around the moon should also probably just be a couple biomes. Yeah. So yeah, we might have to start thinking about landing on the moon to really get more science out of it. But we do have at least a couple of... Oh yeah, look at landed in all these different biomes. A couple of landers is a lot of science. But yeah, we should easily get... We'll get mass spectrometry, we'll get video imaging, space low. For at least a couple of biomes. So we should get another 30 to 50 science. From our next impactor, just as long as it actually remains powered all the way to impact. All right, it's ad break o'clock. I'm going to go ahead and let the ad run. When we come back, we'll launch this commercial navsat, and then we'll launch Moon Take 2. This time it's powered. And then we'll see where we're at and if we want to push towards anything else today. But it looks like... Yeah, we made such good progress today. I'm feeling really good. I'll see everyone in just a few minutes. All right, the ad break is over. Let's get this nav satellite launched. An autonomous biome hopper would be a really cool mission. Yes, that would be a really cool mission. I mean, that sounds like it's just ingenuity. But I think probably a rover is a better first attempt for mobile stuff, like, but with rockets. This is true. I mean, maybe we might be able to make something small and light enough that it can run entirely on, like, a big old tank of hypergolics or something. It would probably be a lot more feasible in normal KSP than in RP-1, but we can certainly try it. We can see what the tech tree deigns to give us. But it would probably have to be like a really efficient RCS hypergolic fuel blend, right? That we can that way we can also have deep throttling and infinite restarts and all those things. Go. This is an interesting flight profile that I have chosen for this. I guess because it's what do I want to say? Because it's an able star and it has the restart, we can get away with just kind of letting Thor lob it into a really low orbit, and then this stage pushes up the other side to our target 500. And then we circularize later on. Could probably do something so that this doesn't have to do that, but... Or could probably try to adjust this so that it can more directly insert into a circular orbit instead of having to go all the way over to the other side. But it gets the job done. It'll be interesting when I have to do anything geosynchronous, trying to get those orbits sufficiently dialed in to make the contracts happy with Principia installed is going to be an interesting challenge. There we go. And that is 0.002. That is good enough for this contract. All right, there we go. Contract complete. First nav satellite, done. That's an easy one. Let me check the tracking station real quick. Oh, yeah, we do still have... Okay, let's terminate that. That's the Agena from the last orbit attempt that was just still in an orbit. Just wanted to make sure that we were in... keeping that tidy, because especially with Principia, the more ships you have in orbit, the more things slow down. Alright, I should... What is this? 7th of February, we're going into early March, yeah. I should have LC1 doing something, but I don't want to. That would involve prepping another launch at this point. So I think we're just going to skip ahead to Luna 2, and we're going to try again and hope that we can maintain power this time. I'm going to be sad if it misses again. All right. Hope everybody's ready. Take 2. We did hit the moon last time, but we ran out of power, so we couldn't return the data of the impact. So this time, we are... All right, nighttime launch. That all looks good. Nothing out of the ordinary in the output. Moon distance is around 364 megameters, so fairly average. The important question is, where's the moon and where's the sun? I think we're going to be okay this time. Oh, I hope we're okay this time. And like, for that to happen, we really have to be coming in at just exactly the wrong angle, right? Because we only need the sun kicking out a little bit past the moon for us to actually impact it. Or for us to maintain power so we can get the impact contract. All right. Coming up to... Nope, that's tumbling a little more than I would have liked, but that's okay. It'll straighten out. And let's see, orbit, going fine. Everything looks normal here. And 527 by 570. Totally normal orbit. Yeah, I mean, the moon's gonna be... Well, maybe. We might come in on the shaded side of the moon again. That would be bad. It's hilarious that I didn't plan for this. By hilarious, I mean deeply upsetting. But... maybe. I don't think we're gonna know until we time warp. Because I don't think, like, the side that the sun is on in this view tells us anything about what it's going to look like when we actually... No! We missed! We still missed. Oh, that's disappointing. And that was a burn phase angle issue. 100%. Oh, look at the sun even. Well, at least we're going to transmit a bunch of science, right? That's, I also love that we're still doing the Chenebikov effect. So it looks like it has about 4 hours of power when it's facing away from the sun. So that's how long we could be in complete blackness if we had to be for an impact. But we're not going to be. We're just going to do a flyby. Bye, moon. Well, oh, and the game crashed too. Beautiful. And that makes me nervous that it crashed in flight. So usually it likes to crash when I'm like reverting things in the VAB or something like that. But cool. All right, well, I'm going to call it here since the game is in the process of crashing. I'm sorry we didn't actually get the Lunar Impact contract complete. I'm not really sure what's up with this miss and how we managed to achieve it because, man, I thought we tested this. Like that lunar altitude was in the range of things that we tested, so it would have been something that we didn't account for. I mean, it could be a different part of the solar year, but who knows? But yeah, thanks everyone for tuning in. Next time, I mean, we're going to keep flying these things. Obviously, we have to. And we're going to keep, we got to work on the next commercial satellites. We got to figure out the nav satellite constellation, which I don't think will be hard. And we got to figure out the transoceanic television, whichever one of those contracts we decide is the best one for our capabilities and our launch site. So I'll see everybody next time. And yeah, hopefully we'll actually finally get that impact done. But even getting the flyby contract successful feels really good. I'm happy. All right. Have a good night, everybody. See you later.